Good morning, good morning. Oh boy. Yeah, but I'm thinking we probably retrace this. And we'll see, but is interesting. Okay. Mm. Sorry guys, just setting up my chart. Okay. Gotta watch for sell side to try to sit here. We're holding our pivots so far, but I'm a bit worried that our offer is going to sit into these highs here at 50. And then we'll look for then one more below. We want to see just a full rotation back up. Recover a VWAP. But if we hold our downtrend here at 750, it's just going to do a full rotation. We're watching to see if this VWAP is going to hold here at 750. Or this rotation down with secondaries, you know, just another lower high. See if we can find an entry. 50s was good, but I didn't take it. we're watching just Russell at VWAP as well, just as resistance now that we're below it. As like a leading signal of like, this looks a little weak, you know? See if we can get this flip. Think we have to wait for new 15s. Minute 50. My general thought is down is the way to go, but entry-wise, it's a little rough. Right now, I feel that as long as this area is holding as our offer, our downside is our lows, at least, right? But if you didn't get in at that 56, it's a bit rough because we could just chop here, right? So, hopefully they give us a solid entry, because if not, then it's just like having really small risk. Looking for the 1-to-1 right now, for the continuation down. I'd like to see this flip of our 710, 720 on new 15s, I think. And then we get a good secondary with the takeout of lows and reoffer for the rotation down. Now that we haven't retested our 50s, that VWAP test and rejection. I want to see Russell continue to fall with that VWAP rejection. See what we can do. But again, like, as long as this is holding from these highs, there's really not much to do here. We're going to sort of keep an eye, see if this downtrend can keep intact. And if we can flip this pivot, watching our new 15 open here in 5 seconds to see if we can get a better entry now that this rejection at VWAP's happened and we haven't retested. Just want to see a continuation of lower lows. Again, if we can get below this 710 and then hold it as offer, that'll be ideal, seeing as that's our 30-second opening range. See if we get a lower offer here into POC of previous candle. Again, we need to ideally get below 710 for anything real, or we could just be continuing to bounce these lows. But if we can get an offer here, I'll feel a bit more comfortable. RTY continuing to lead down. NQ entry off of our 38 to 50 area that we just marked based off of previous POC to value is holding, but 710 is still where the bid is resting. So very tight range, but a profitable trade as of right now. You can take one off to make the trade break even. Yeah, let's see if we can flip 710s for the rotation down. If offer can flip 710s, we should head to 680 pretty quickly. But nice entry off of the new 15. Hopefully you guys see that. Again, if we can flip 710s, should look for 680. But this is where the bid is resting. So always take off your first contracts here into our most recent lows. And then we'll watch to see if we are able to flip or if they continue to absorb. Are people playing off of this, off the new 15? Pushing into target now. Okay, yeah, that was good risk, right? Because we knew that what we wanted to see, but we needed to find an entry because the risk was too high, like I explained, for most people. So looking for that entry on the new 15 is just a better way to go about it than having like a shitload of risk on. Because your options there, right? Like we saw the downtrend, we saw the whole of VWAP, and it's like, okay, well, we can either get in there, and then our risk is this entire area here into 800, which is fine, right? Like we can that's a fine trade, but it's a lot of risk because like the downtrend's intact, and we're looking for the lower high, and then we're looking for the continuation down. But if we can just get that entry on the open of the new 15, we're in a much better position for a smaller stop for a good trade into target with a very clear execution of what we're looking for with very limited risk. And then, of course, we take off our first risk into 710, which is our 30-second opening range high. And then if we can hold 710s as offer, we should then rotate through our opening range, which is what we're attempting now to do for our secondary leg, right? If we can do this, then we should be able to then look for these this low as our target for our third exit. But that makes for a very limited risk trade with very clear reward. And then if we can flip this, right, then you have a runner at basically the best possible entry, with the potential to add to this position on flip to lower your average, and then play with this then as your stop at 710, with then you trying to find a secondary buyer below 660, 680. But until then, right, great trade. Good little scalp. Yeah, I didn't take it from 750 either. I mean, like I saw it, but it was a little too quick for me. So I just played it off of our new 15 open into POC to our value. And again, if we can flip these lows, then we're in a very good position for a continuation. Good first trade of the day, though. All right. This is just where you're moving stops down. 710, just above 710 now is your basically your stop out. Anything here is where we're watching to see if we can get the flip like we just talked about. This is where we expect the bid to be resting. This is our ORL to ORM. We need to see this flip, hold his offer, and then we can look for the continuation down. If you are looking for sell side to be anywhere, you're basically looking to see if right now if this can hold, right? And then if we can get that continuation. So you're looking for your offer to be in this 690, 710-ish area. And if we can absorb into there, we can see that POC is attempting to shift here, right here. We love to see that. We're watching to see again if we can now get an offer that'll hold into this and then lower itself and then look below our 30-second opening range for then the follow through of the continuation down from our next target. If we can get this flip, we're in a very good position, like I said, for then the offer to lower once more below this. And then that'll lead to our continuation down, and our targets will then be here. Got to get this flip, though. Very similar on ES. Sorry, I didn't give you an entry on ES. I wasn't trading it. But this is just into our reversion in our ORL here. This needs to flip for anything more. Same thing on NQ, right? It's a very similar. These need to become resistance, or this is just where we'll rotate back up. Short term. We need to see these flip for really anything more. And ideally, Russell breaks lows to lead, giving us confidence. New 15s have opened. We have now traded directly into our lows, into our new 15s, making this a great trade into our ORL. We now are watching to see how we interact here as we push back into ORM to ORH. Our POC on the daily is sitting at 715. Without the ability to push below our lows here, this is just a balance trade and a reversion back up to our POCs right now. So on both of these, we're just watching with our runners how we interact here. If we can then flip and get below this, I will be really interested in a continuation trade. But we have to watch for this reaction at our lows so far. Pivot holding and maintaining. Just like we talked about, we're looking for the offer to step down here. We held, again, our lows on both ES and on NQ. Russell held our lows, telling us that this downtrend is not happening as of yet for the next leg. We need to watch for where Russell's going to lose momentum. That could be here. That's what I'd be hoping for. Into our ETH low today open to look for our next leg. We'll watch for that lost momentum here, but if Russell doesn't get that, then we have to be patient and wait for the next leg. Again, pivot lows held. We are now watching for Russell to lose momentum here again, or we should expect that the market rotates back up, right? No loss of momentum on Russell and uptrend pushing, then there is not a great entry for another leg on the short. So just keep that in mind. Testing into our day open now on RTY. If you have a runner, I still think that it's fine to try to hold it, but we're looking to see how we interact here now. This is where we would like to see the offers sit on both ES and NQ and RTY into our day open, but we need to see that lost momentum here again on RTY. Again, break of lows is going to be our sign of continuation for Russell. Right now, you're watching for a potential higher low on RTY here at our POC that's shifted down here. I'm just going to put a fixed range on it just to give you a bit of a visual of where we need to reach. We are attempting to build at our opening range high here at 7 tons on NQ. ES attempting as well at our edge. See if we can get the flip, but Russell just trying to build a higher low. I think that this is where we try to stuff. I think this is a failed look above as of right now. That's my idea. But we shall see. We're watching for basically, as we push into these highs, for buyers to get stuffed, and then we look for the rotation back through if Russell also fails. That's kind of my general idea, is that sell side is still in control, so we'll be watching for that look above, and then that failure, and then the rotation through, showing us that this buyer is then trapped. And then again, like secondary legs will be on the flip of this pivot, on the hold, which should lead to a continuation down. And this is all with confluence with Russell also failing with its momentum, right? Like this upside leg happened into our lows on ES and NQ with Russell holding our lows, right? And then all we did was rotate up to our pivot highs. And now as we come back down into our lows, we have to watch to see if this bid is going to be here on NQ and ES for the higher low into our mid. But if we can flip this, we have a really good chance that we continue downwards. So we're just going to keep an eye up here. Again, we're watching to see if we can absorb into these highs or if this is going to still maintain as our lows. We want Russell to lead. Hopefully I'm making sense. RTY holding our lows so far, no confirmation. ES and NQ holding higher lows. Again, need to flip these pivots for next trade. We're watching to see if we can absorb here, giving us a catalyst for that secondary leg down. Right now, this is just going to chop at our opening ranges. That's totally fine. We've already taken profit. Now it's a waiting game, seeing how this sets up. Back up to our original entry here into our POC to value of our sell side candle. It's just a reversion to VWAP right now as we as we held our lows. Again, we took off into 680. There is nothing else to do here other than just watch to see if sell side sits again, if we can absorb here, and then if we can flip back below. We want to see Russell leading for that next leg if we're going to get it. We've already declared these as our pivots. Nothing has changed. We're just waiting to see how we build. I think that this personally has room to go up to like 760 on NQ before Eyes are in. Russell just chopping. So NQ has room to kind of just gravitate towards our top of range here. So don't go crazy. We haven't seen anything yet to confirm that we want to go down more. Again, we went straight to target on our short. There is nothing yet to convince you that another leg wants to be put in. We need Russell loss of momentum, and so far we've seen only higher lows. This just looks like a reversion to me. So I am keeping an eye to see if we get stuffed up here so that we can then get our secondary leg down, but we need to see something convincing first on NQ and ES before we attempt this trade again. We've already taken our profit. We went straight to target. Don't fuck it up by getting ahead of yourself. It is so important to be patient. If you missed the first trade, this doesn't mean that you triple down on the second trade. Until you see me put another risk to reward thing on the chart, we're not taking another trade. Again, I've given you your catalyst. I've given you your context. It's Russell loss of momentum in the breach below our pivot. If you don't see that, why are you trading? Nothing is telling you that we're going down. Russell is holding where we want it to. You need a checklist. $30 seconds, chilling 15s. Just back to our original entry right now. RTY potentially starting to lead again. Watching to see if we can flip or if we're going to continue to just find a bid down here into these lows. Look at where POC is sitting on this candle so far. It's right at our 710s. What's up, Kevin? RTY testing lows. What's up, Surf? Yeah. Good to see you. RTY leading down. I'd love to see a retest to give us an entry on NQ. NQ still sideways at our original entry. Just building here. Need to see a very clear offer on Russell for that lead down. Right now, the only thing that I'm going to be looking for is potential bids here at our 710 and our 950 on ES for potential higher lows unless we can flip it. We need to see the flip below these points, our POCs from our previous candles. I think what we're going to be watching for is a rotation that looks like this, and then a potential continuation up until we see a very clear hold and flip of these this RTY pivot. NQ is still stable, right? We're still holding where we need to. We're still potentially flipping here. So I want to see our reactions because right now I'm not seeing anything convincing yet that isn't telling us that we're just putting in higher lows. I need to see the flip of this pivot. Why am I not touching, this is a long on NQ and ES? Any ideas? Yeah, RTY is not doing anything, right? So like, yes, there's potentially like little moves here, but like our overall downtrend is still intact, right? So to me, this just looks like a trap. And it's just a rotation up. Like, great. We went straight to our targets on both ES and on NQ. Now we're getting a little look above, but RTY has done literally nothing. It's just holding our 30-second opening range as resistance, and all we're watching for is for this to start to actually be able to build below this, and then we'll get our entry for what we want here, which is our look above, and then our offer, and then our rotation down to at least 710s, and then secondary trades would be that 710 rejection for our rotation again back into our 680, 660. And if that can flip, then we'll get a nice another leg down that will lead to our targets down here. Right, but we have to wait for Russell to actually get that breakdown, or it's just going to be messy. So is there scalping opportunities? Sure, right? But like the long trade for me just isn't there. We would have taken the long into our lows if we were convinced. But to me, I just don't see it without that Russell move. But RTY really looking like it wants to get that secondary leg down, so there's potentially a entry here soon on our short. We'll see. I want to see a really clear reoffer of this low on Russell before we're convinced. Because again, like ES and NQ are still holding structurally where they need to for continuation up. So like if this RTY can't lead down, we're not in a great position for entries for NQ, other than just being like, oh, let's put the stops at the high, right? Like that's literally all we've got going on right now. Like our overall trend is still intact. And you can trade that, but what are we gonna do in the meantime while we wait? Just allow that to kind of like be break even for an hour? See if we can get something better. I mean, we're definitely trying to find, we're always trying to find edges, Ben, but there is no, like, what, we already did find the edges. That's why you're not taking your short, because that was our target. And now we're waiting for Russell to start leading again before we look for anything on NQ and ES because they're weak. We're just rotating in balance on these. And you don't want to get caught in balance while we wait for a decision to be made on Russell. It's just not worth your time. This is a market where you can be right on NQ and still feel wrong because we'll continue to rotate over and over again. So you have to be much more precise with your entries or have much larger risk, right? Like we said in the beginning of the day, our risk here is still intact. We still are expecting that sell side is going to hold this as our pivot, but it's not going to be a pleasant trade. But as long as these highs are holding, the downtrend is still intact. But do you want to really hold through all of this potential chop that's here? No, I mean, I don't. So what we're doing is we're just waiting for a better, more clear entry into get yeah, I mean, we're just looking for a better execution because we know that Russell and ES are messy right now. And so until we can flip pivots that we care about and we can see the retest that we want on Russell, there's literally no reason to be looking for it. Can we potentially trade, it's on a smaller time frame and look for these bounces? I mean, I guess you can, but like there isn't anything really convincing here. We want to see Russell lead down, and we want to see NQ and ES show interest, and we want to see someone caught off sides. And I'm not seeing any of that on footprint. So there's no trade. Like we're waiting for a setup. I don't really know what else to say. It's probably a minute until our new trade. See what we can do. Watching for the new 15s. Again, like there's literally nothing here. We already know that this is supply up here. We just don't want to be caught in a trade for an hour. All of this is where we expect sell side to be sitting, and we eat up into. I'm just waiting for a better entry so that I don't have to sit in a short that's slow while we're sideways with the potential for news to come out and then us getting trapped. We know this is where we want our seller to be. It doesn't mean shit. I'm not trying to be in an emotional trade. Let's just wait, see if we get a better entry. I basically want to see these guys all get trapped. New 15s opening now. So right now you have a potential for a scalp off of the new 15 where you can try playing off of this low, but with very small risk with your stop just at the lows there. What we want to see is these guys get trapped and this POC fail to hold. That's what we're watching for. And then this flip. So we're watching to see if the bid attempts here and if this can hold for rotations back up, right? Like into that. Or if this flips and then we can hold this as offer, trapping these guys above and then rotating back down to our 710s for a decision. So keeping an eye on this right now. This is kind of the setup. This is where we either see the bid hold these lows and then take highs, or we'll look for the flip and then the offer for the continuation down. Watching for our reoffer of our 38 to 51 in small off of that. Failure to look above. Watching for 710s as first target here, if we can get the flip. So the idea, again, off of what we just talked about, is that we're trapping everyone above here, and we're now watching to see if we can play off of the same pivot we did before. Take off your first risk into 710s. We push down into this low. If we can get the flip, then it's the same trade, as same targets as before. 710 goes offer, we look for 680. We want to see Russell be able to hold this pivot for clear secondaries. Again, great area to take off half your risk here into 710s, and we'll see if we get more. As we push into our 690, 680, this is your secondary, and then we'll look for 710s reoffer for continuation. Again, need to flip this for more downside. Just look to see if we can get a continuation just like we were doing last time. Same thing on ES. This is our POC lows into our 74s. Expect a bid to be here, and then we'll look to see how we rotate up here. Same thing on ES into our lows. We want to just see this develop out a bit. I'll look to see if we can add into 700, 710 again, but we should look for our offer to be sitting there now that we've retested our POC low here. We're, oh my god. It's literally, how do I word this? Listen, it's the same trade. It's either we see our bid holding here, which is what we are looking for buyers to attempt to do, or they're trapped, right? So Russell is holding our downside. Nothing has changed in that. What we're looking for is for these guys to be trapped. That was why I talked for 30 minutes telling you that this is what we are looking for. It's the same setup as before. Target 1, target 2. What you need to see is a failed look above of our known range. Nothing on Russell has been convincing us that upside is intact. What we're watching for, if this is going to continue up, is this POC to hold, Ben. What happened on the last attempts? POC held as supportive, POC held as supportive. So what does it mean if we open and then we fail to hold POC as supportive on our next candle? These guys are all trapped above then, right? That's what we were talking about. So our entry is this right here. Can we look for more? Yeah, that'd be great if we could get back up here. But as soon as we flip this, these guys are now all off sides, and we expect at least a rotation down to 710s. We already know the range. We've already established the overall trend. Like I said before, this is our downside. We're not bullish until we flip over this. But what are we looking for? We're looking for a better entry. We know that Russell isn't in an uptrend. We know nothing has changed. So there's nothing to do other than just wait for someone to be off sides for the trade to actually matter. You have two options here, right? Like either the long holds and then we get a really nice trade off of this low holding with POC, or you're immediately flipping short because this low did not hold and now this is your risk, right? So even if you attempt a long here with that understanding, we know where we need to hold. POC needs to hold as supportive off of our previous candle. If we're not seeing an immediate bounce here and then a higher low, there isn't a great trading opportunity. We know that we're looking for on the overall trend for these guys to be trapped. We've said this for the last 50 minutes, right? So if this doesn't hold, then we know that these guys are off sides and that this secondary buyer that we're looking for is not here. So then we are going to trade the range that we've already acknowledged, right? Either we're shifting or we're not. And if we're not, then it's the same trade as before, where we look for someone to be offside as our catalyst. This either holds and then we get our continuation, or we're immediately short because we know that this has failed. Again, nothing has shown interest on Russell. Nothing has showed interest on ES. It's just a rotation back. We're in a balance right now. So if this look above fails and we can't hold a higher low on our new 15s and we then get below POC, what do we see happen immediately afterwards? Well, we see a sweep, right? Sell side sweeps us down, creating this imbalance, right? It's a stacked imbalance on footprint, and we're just short. And then it's just a rotation down. Right? So like it's then just becomes the same trade. Again, like Ben, all of this above is supply. This is all supply. This is a footprint. I haven't drawn this box. Let me turn off all drawings. You can see this is a stacked imbalance on our chart from our seller. All we're looking for is a better entry so that you don't have 60 points of risk on NQ. We're looking for minimal risk. We know, again, that this is an overall downtrend. We don't want to be in a trade where we have to come all the way back up to these highs to be stopped out. So we have already shown that there's interest here at this VWAP for our seller. We're looking for looks above our pivot here at our 38 to 51. And then we're looking for this to fail. And then we're looking for rotations back down. There isn't any more downside until we can flip this, our lows. It's just a rotation between this high and this low for right now. That's all we've got. What we want to see is Russell continue, right? So we want to hold this pivot and we want to rotate down. That looks good, but we need to break these lows for a secondary leg at this point, or there's not much else going on for us, which we've already identified, right? We already talked about how these need to flip for more. RTY holding is a great first sign. But we gotta flip. What are we looking for now? Well, ideally, off of a failure here, we're now going to see a lower offer be put in, right? If this is going to continue downwards. So we're just watching to see how we interact here now at our ORH, which is our 710s, while Russell tries to build below and ES is holding our ORM. We need to see this flip, right? We need this pivot to flip where this is just where that bid is going to rest, and then we're just watching to see how we interact here. You see how we're holding POC of our previous candle on both ES and on NQ? It's just telling us that we're not ready yet. There's a buyer still here into these lows. We need to see these flip, and then we need to see them become our offer. If 710s can continue to try to be absorbed here, we're in a much better position. But we need to see us get below 80s and hold that as resistance for continued downside. We want to see the sellers try to sit here and absorb so that we can get this rotation, and then we want to see ideally this downtrend, hold intact and then continue downward. So we're currently challenging. There's two-sided trading here at the 710. We're just watching to see if we can flip this or not. I don't think it's that. I think you just need to have an understanding of what's happening in the higher time frame and then what's the objective. The only reason that I look to trade is if we have someone who's offsides, right? And like, what's the overall trend and what's our catalyst? If we don't have that, then like I don't see a reason to trade because we're not going to get any real movement. So we've created a narrative, we've created an idea, and we've created our factors that we need to see for the downside to be intact, right? To get that leg down. So now it's just about watching for those setups to happen and the invalidations, of our plan. Don't get trapped in a smaller time frame narrative if there's a larger narrative that we can play around that's going to lead to more points. And also, like the invalidation of a long can be a validation for a potential short. Like that narrative, that idea of like this is where we're looking to see if buyers are going to be, is a narrative, right? Because like again, we need trap traders for trades to work for us, right? We're looking to see where sellers and buyers are interacting. And if we have like very clear levels that we can trade around, that is great for our narrative of like, oh, okay, this is where we want to see the bid to be. If the bid isn't here, then we're looking for a strong offer to flip it, and then we're looking for that continuation down. Like either the bid flips or we rotate back through our already, known range. Again, like this is just the same rotation again. Right now, this is where your overall buyer is sitting into our ORM, ORL. We're just watching to see if this is going to lead to rotations back up to our pivot here, or if offer is going to be able to hold and flip this, trapping these guys, and then giving us a secondary entry on the look below. Keep an eye on Russell with this look back into our pivot.
Kremlin's Ushakov says Trump and his key advisors informed Putin in detail about the negotiations with Ukraine. The US held discussions on the need for Ukraine to make real steps towards a settlement, and Putin told Trump that Ukraine launched a drone attack on the presidential residence in Russia. Trump was shocked when Putin told him about the drone attack on Russian presidential residence. Keep in mind, we did hear from Zelensky, who did say that this was a lie.
Okay. I have a good weekend. I just like slept, dude. That's really it. So tired. Didn't really do anything. Got some like West African food. That was good. But other than that, it was a very chill weekend.
Kremlin's Ushakov says Putin told Trump that Russia intends to keep on working with the US to achieve peace, but Russian position will be revised.
I mean, it's just like regional. So like a lot of like West African foods, like fufu, like that kind of stuff.
The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $5.1 billion and 6 months total $4.6 billion.
Are you planning on trading all week? Yeah, I'll be here. I won't trade half days, but full days, yeah, I'll always attempt. No, there aren't. That's why I'm saying like I'll be here. I think half days are a waste of time, but I'll attempt if there's a full day. No reason not to. There's literally nothing to do other than just be in a short from that pivot high and then take off risk here. I mean, you can try it along this low. We know that there's a passive buyer here, but I don't think that that trade is worth closing the short, if that makes sense. But I could be wrong. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather be short from our top edge than long from this low, is what I'm trying to get at, personally. Like, I think that the overall move is still to the downside, and I think we have more room. I don't know if this is going to continue to hold. I don't expect it to, right? I want to just stay in my short from this edge here, as if I can, because I think that we have more room down once this guy is gone. But that being said, right now, like, this is just balance off of these lows. Is this going to be more worthwhile? buying these lows and then playing this back up? Potentially, but I can't be bothered. We know that there's someone here. We know that this is our low. We're risking off. I'd like to see this flip, but I don't know. I just don't really expect these lows to hold over, you know, over time. But like we very clearly identified the guy who's trading here. Yeah. So to me, it's like, I don't know. I just, I'd rather play for the next leg than continue to try to just like buy the bottom here. But that doesn't mean that you can't make money playing off of this low, right? It just means that I don't want to scalp. Like that's literally all that means. Like I'm just not looking to trade a lot today. So if I can just stay in my short, I'd rather that than continuing to just play the range.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $86 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 3.56%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.86. The US is also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.485% and a prior bid to cover of 3.18. Interfax says Kremlin aide stating Putin and Trump agree to more dialogue.
Huge dialogue. Star Citizen is on track to become the first video game to pass $1 billion in funding while still in alpha. Holy.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $86 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.56% and a prior bid to cover of 2.86. The US is also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.485% and a prior bid to cover of 3.18.
Have I seen gameplay? I mean, yeah, I've been following it for years, but not about to play it. Nope. Tatum played it for a bit. He said that it ran like shit. You know. I mean, they're trying to do so much. I think they've had like 2 or 3 like full graphics overhauls while still in alpha, because it's just been taking so long.
Shortly expecting the results for the US 3 and 6-month bill auctions.
Holy, get me out of here. I played a bunch of that dispatch game this last night. You haven't heard of it?
3-month high yield, 3.57%, 3.57% with a bid to cover of 2.66, 2.66. The US selling $86 billion and awarding 74.04% of bids at high. For the 6-month high yield was 3.5%, 3.5% with a bid to cover of 2.52, 2.52. The US sells $77 billion, awarding 87.64% of bids at high.
Yeah, City Heroes is great, but Dispatch is like it's. Have you guys ever play like a Telltale game where it's more of like like a cinematic narrative where like your choices matter, but you're basically playing out a movie, like a visual novel almost. Yeah, so like that's basically what this is basically like your an interactive story with mini games. And it's very chill. It's very good. I mean, it's the first game that I've been able to like actually like I like lost track of time. I was just playing it on my Switch or my Steam Deck last night. It's by the original Telltale team before they all quit. So it's like a pretty strong narrative. Very good. Yeah, I've got a Steam Deck. I've had one. I just never use it. But that's been my go-to for playing games lately because I just like don't want to sit in front of my computer anymore. So over it. So I just play on my Steam Deck these days. That's how I know I'm getting old. Is like I just want to be on the couch or like in my bed. Like I'm just like so done. I'm so done after work. Like, I'm not trying to sit here for another 7 hours. Yeah, well, you know, it's really good though. Um, Highly recommend if you are looking for like a chill single player game. Nice. Yeah, the city skylines are always great. And look at the reviews on this game that you've never heard of. Like, look at that. Hello. I said getting old, Ben. There's a difference. Getting old. 30's the new 20, you know? 40's the new 30. With the times. Can we get out of here, please? Why do they all look like BDO characters? They straight up all look like BDO characters. The amount of surgery that they've had is insane. Rory, did you see the schedule? We're so back. JJK and Freerin on Fridays. Fate and Fire Force Saturdays. Hell's Paradise Sundays. Holy weekend lineup. You see they're doing a part 2 for OP. What? One Piece? Is that what that is? Season 3. What are you talking about? Oh, One Punch Man. I didn't watch the latest season. Everyone said it was bad, so I just skipped it. I didn't want to be disappointed. But that's crazy. Hopefully they get a better budget. I don't know. I don't understand why they were being stingy with a medium like that. I never will understand that. Yeah, but think of how much more money they could be making if they just did well. You know, like what are we talking about? Can we flip, please? ES leading down. I'm not mad at it. NQ holding 710 is our offer. Just need to flip our buyers down here. See if we can actually get something new. Still no interest. New 15's opening now. That being said, we are opening below POC of our previous candle. See if we can continue to build with our buyer offsides into these highs, or if this is just going to continue to maintain. I'm going to put a fixed range on this just so you can visualize what I'm talking about. But we're watching to see if this edge low can become resistance. Get a lower offer, ideally into like this here, right? And then you can go down. That'd be sweet. This would then be where we're watching to see if the offer is positioned into these highs. Into POC a previous candle. It's a crazy post. All right, let's see if we can get on a lower offer here, or if they're going to continue to just bid these lows. Nothing really yet. Again, like all we're watching is to see if sell side can hold this here. If it can, then we can look for a continuation down. But we need to see the seller sit here into these highs of our POC to value high of our previous candle, and then get below this low here for clarity. So we want to see our seller try to sit here, and then we want to see a secondary seller step in here to let us know that, like, oh yeah, something's going to change. If this doesn't change, then it's just going to continue to rotate. I just wanted you to be able to keep your eye on this area of like, where are we looking to see if there's going to be someone caught off. Get me out of here. Jesus. Like, are these lows just gonna hold until the last hour of the day? I'd be so sad. I'm just like debating if I just sit here in this trade or just put it like keep my stop where it is and then just put a take profit and then go live my life, you know? One of those.
For the EIA natural gas change, a draw of 166 BCF, that's a draw of 166 BCF, higher than the expected draw of 169 BCF. So despite the delay to the EIA inventories reports, it appears the natural gas has come out as scheduled. We have posted the weekly EIA natural gas storage report on the feed for those interested.
Holy, get me out of here. This is your first risk off for a 1-to-1 risk to reward here based off of our risk to reward model. Just as we push into a lows, we're looking for this to flip and go offer for a secondary move down. But again, this is your first risk off if you are just looking to de-risk in the known range. We need to see the secondary here, where again, we are looking to absorb into these highs, and then we are looking to see if we can get a secondary seller to take out these lows. If we can do that, then I am looking for a continuation with this being our PT2, and then our PT3 being down here on the actual flip of this lower node. But as of right now, we're just playing off of this POC to value high as our risk. And we are looking to see if these guys being absorbed here can lead to a catalyst for further downside if we can see a sell side step in here at these lows. Again, this is your first risk off for a 1-to-1, but we are looking for a secondary to step in here on the higher time frame, ideally. pushing down into target 2 here off of our look above and fail, and then that trap that we were talking about pushing down again just into our lows. We need to flip 60s for more. This is now into our full PT based off of our model. Again, if we can flip this, then we can look down for 600, but we should be expecting that there is a buyer here at 60s. Again, just following our risk model that we have on chart. There is no change. Just waiting now to see if we can get more or if this is all we get. Again, we should be expecting a bid at 60s. This is a great PT2. This is our 30-second opening range low on NQ. If we can flip it, awesome. Then we can go for another 60 points down. But we are already aware that there is a buyer down here. So just move stops down if anything. Let the trade play. Oh, Lord. What's up, club? They're all right. I don't really celebrate, so no big change. How about you? Did you like it? Kevin O'Leary's in it? What? That's so random. What? Uh, Along here at 60s, the stop below ETH low isn't so bad, right? Into like 80 to 90. Yeah, that's fine. But I don't know. I mean, I see what you're doing though, playing off of this. If you're not already in a trade, like using this as your risk is perfectly fine. Um, off of the recovery for a rotation back up to our like 80 to 90. This is what you're talking about, right, Rory? The recovery of this? I need to change the... to be a bit more visible. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you can try if you're not already in a trade. I don't see any harm with it, but as long as you're aiming for POC as target as a retest, then that makes sense to me. I personally still am short bias, so like your target would just be where I'd be looking to see if we get a lower high, right? Your target of what you're looking to take profit is where I'd be seeing if shorts are willing to push into and then offer and then continue this rotation down personally. But there's nothing wrong playing this look back through for a scalp. Because like the overall trend is still down, right? Like nothing has changed about any of the trades that I've taken today, which is it's just this slow grind down. But that doesn't mean that you can't counter trend scalp back into our offer, which is just the POC of previous candle from our seller. This would be first target. Secondary target, if it flipped 90s, Rory, would just be VWAP. So 710, 715-ish. Expansion? I mean, downside targets, I just have us coming down into these lows on ES potentially for the VPOC at 888 on ES. If we can flip this and hold our 30-second opening range. But it's just such a slow trade. For NQ, we're really just like watching to see if we can flip our 30-second opening range for a rotation down to like 600, 573, which is just these lows. That's all I'm really watching for. I don't really have anything else other than that. I don't know. I mean, it would be nice for context if we could do it, but as long as Russell is holding VWAP as resistance, like I don't really have an upside bias. There's no reason to. But this is like a pretty solid pivot on ES and NQ. We just need to see this actually be able to flip, or there's just not much here. If we just continue to like look below our 30-second opening range and then fail, then we'll just do like VWAP reversions all day. So like here, let me. Like if we just continue to fail on any look below this, it's just going to end up being this trade, which is to POC as first target, which is what we're doing right now. And then if that flips, just back up to our VWAP, which is up into here, into that 15 to 10 area. And then it'll just do the same thing as before, which is revert probably down, would be my guess. With potential secondary targets up here, back to our original seller. But I don't know. I mean, we have to see interest below this for me to really care. What we did right now is just bounce our reversion low and then rotate back up to PVZ. Right? Like that's literally all we did. If I turn off drawings, like we just wicked into our reversion zone and then reverted to PVZ. So like right now today just seems like that's kind of the play. But I don't know. So right now I think like 700 and 710 seems pretty reasonable for a target. But gotta get over this 90. Again, like this is your current offer. It's just sitting here into this POC to value from our where we flip these lows. So like you're gonna see a seller try to hold this, but if this flips, then you expect rotations back up to highs. I feel like this makes the most sense, right? Like we held our PVZ reversion zone, right? That's our indicator. So this is what we were looking for, is a push down into this. You see an immediate bid. You see then buyers try to step up at our ETH low. You then call for the recovery of our value here, playing off of 60. We talk about this on live. You put your stops at the low, and then you're playing off of the secondary here, off of this hold at our 60s for rotations up to 80 to 90, which is just your reversion, right, off of the recovery. Now you're watching to see if sell side gets absorbed, or buyers get absorbed here, and if they then step back down and then hold this as offer for continuation, or if this flips, we recover POC, which is here, right, for rotations up into this 700 high. This is your reversion trade into this. Yeah. But really great call off of the recovery of 60 for the value trade back to POC. Great trade if you're scalping. Yeah, it's definitely worth a shot.
Keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump and Israel's PM Netanyahu are due to be having a bilateral meeting.
So if we can hold this 80 to 90, should see a rotation up to like 715 for that last leg. You guys need to trade micros, I swear. I don't know how many times I need to say it. I don't know why you guys get such a thrill out of trading one mini contract instead of 10 micros. Don't understand. Oh, I don't get it. I mean, one micro is very minimal.
So again, at the top of the hour, Trump and Israel's PM Netanyahu are due to be meeting for a bilateral meeting. We have the live video on the feed for those interested.
I feel like if you're only trading a singular contract, you have to be a bit more bigger picture to make it make sense. Or you're gonna like really overtrade. But you have to really get used to moving stops up and like playing off of your structure, and then like go aiming for your higher target if you're gonna play one contract. Because like if you always take profit into PT1, then you're gonna want to re-enter a trade with a worse average, right? Than just like sticking with your lower average. So it's a bit rough. Because with only trading one contract, you could be right and still be wrong overall, like still lose money. Because your overall idea was right, but then you exited and then got emotional and then re-entered. I don't know. You'd have to like journal it and see if that
So in 5
is
minutes time
what
now, at the
happens or
top of
not
the
for
hour,
you.
Trump due to be meeting Israel's PM Netanyahu. The live video is
But
on the feed for those interested.
I can definitely see that being a potential risk. Again, we're just watching to see if this buyer at 80 to 90 can hold for this rotation up to 715 for our secondaries. This is just the recovery of POC that's in chat. Yeah, like so like why did you get out if you now want to get back in, right? Like what you have to like go through that mental, like what you have to give yourself a reason of why you exited and now why you want to get back in. And if you can't like answer those questions of like why did I actually exit? What about my plan has shifted? What is invalidated of the overall trend for me to close out this trade? And if I do close out this trade, what I need to see then for me to have the same risk to reward for me to get back in at another point, right? Again, because if you're only trading one contract, you don't want to be in and out, in and out, in and out unless you have like a very clear guideline that makes sense for that. So like it doesn't make more sense in a trend to just move your stop down or to lower or raise your risk with each raise your risk with each re-entry. It's just something to think about. Or does it make more sense to have trade 2 micros and take one off into PT1 and then your secondary contract goes to break even and then it either is profitable or it's not, right? As you trail it. Yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of have to see how you trade and how your mentality affects everything. It's a personal thing. Yeah, so I mean, you have like those 2 moving averages, whatever those are, telling you the overall trend. So it's like, if those aren't invalidating, is there any reason to close? I mean, just moving your stops down, trail it, right? Go for the continuation. Does it make more sense to, I mean, like you could scalp it, right? But like, what's the play? I don't know. It's up to you. Why did you close halfway to your target? Is my question, I guess. If that was your target on your first trade and your secondary trade, why'd you take profit halfway?
Shortly expecting possible comments from Trump and Israel's PM Netanyahu.
Like those are the things that you want to journal. It's like, is there anything that I could have seen that made me want to stay in this trade in the future? Right? Like I was right at the highs, but is there anything that makes me want to hold this for longer? Was there a better look to exit later? I think Rory's like flip of 60 was really great for a reversion and a reversal for the long, right? I think that was a great little hint of information to take in. It's like a failure at our lows. And then it's like, okay, well, what are our targets above if this does flip? Well, then we look for that 80 to 90. And then if 80 to 90 holds, then we look for that 710, 715 for the reversion. Yeah, so like it's fine taking first PT if your risk to reward makes sense for that, right, Ben? Because you have to remember like you can be right and then still be wrong if you're only taking 1-to-1 risk to reward trades. And it looks like first PT there for you is about like a 1 to 1.2, which like is profitable if you have a 50% win rate, right? Like that's overall, but does it make sense, to uh, you have to give yourself rules then of like, when do I re-enter if we're still within that range, right? Like, does it make sense to get back into a trade if we're still within the structure in which I was already anticipating? Right. So like if we go to your secondary target or something like that, would you re-short or are you looking for a long? Like how are you interacting after you exit a trade within your profit structure that you have on screen? I don't know. Like stuff like that could be a good. I'm just like thinking out loud here. Like I think your re-entry was great. I think your first stop out doesn't really make sense, but I'm glad you entered back in to cover. But because you stopped out for basically 1-to-1, that entire area is now kind of moot because your stop. I mean, you made a little bit of money there, but not much from your original stop out. And then because you took profit into PT1. From like a time perspective, for me, it just doesn't really make sense. Right, because if you stop out on the first trade and then you take profit like that, right, you've like basically just covered your contract cost with the fees. Like that to me is basically a break-even trade if you don't hold for full PT. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's rough. Those are the things that like you kind of have to think about though, because your time has value as well. And I want to also point out that like not every trade should have the same risk to reward, right? Like it doesn't make sense that you're trading only one contract on all setups. Some setups are better than others, right? And that's like where journaling comes in. Well, it's not about a one size fits all. It's about understanding when your risk to reward is greater, right? Like, I mean, you can have a set model if you're only trading one setup, right? And you're only looking for one type of trade. I guess that'd be fine. And then just be very consistent with what you're looking for in your rules, right? Like overall, you will be profitable with a systematic setup like that. But it's very, I don't think it's all that realistic to only be looking for one trade, one type of trade, and thinking that it has the same overall factors for each of it. Like if we see someone who's caught off sides and there's like a higher time frame trend and there's all this other stuff like going on, and we have all of the indices moving together, right? Like I'm willing to put on a little bit more risk because there's more confidence, right? Like you should have like there's a confidence graph of like where how many factors are going with you in this trade compared to you have a rating system, right? So like I would go back and like rate all of your setups and like see which ones would give the greatest context of like, hey, this is probably going to work based off of, like Russell's falling, ES is falling, NQ's falling. They're all at our pivots at the same time. Weakness should be expected, a bit quicker because of that. It's like, oh, okay, well, I have a very clear risk of like where I want price to be able to hold, and this makes sense here. And as long as it's holding, there's no reason that my trade should be invalidated. I can risk a bit more because it's such a clear invalidation, right? Something like that. But if it's like, oh, we're just at an edge and I'm scalping and, price is sideways, like, yeah, I only want to be trading, like 0.5 risk. I'm only looking to trade, one contract because there isn't a lot of confidence here and there isn't really a great structural setup and nothing on the higher time frame is really giving me anything. And so this is just like a reclaim and I'm not really willing to put on the same kind of risk. It's just like understanding, right? Having a bit of a deeper understanding of like what I'm looking for in a given moment. And again, like there's A setups, there's B setups, there's C setups. Like the recovery of that 60 in a downtrend is like, I don't know, it's a B setup, the one that Rory was talking about, the 60 with the hold of our lows. Like I think that's a B setup. I think the A setup is the offsides seller above our I think this short is an A setup with the trap trader because it's the overall trend and it's what we were looking for continuation down. I think this recovery setup is probably like a B because it's a counter trend scalp for an overall downtrend move and we're just looking for a reversion to VWAP. And I'd put less risk on because of the potential of what could happen down here in these lows. But it's still like a worthwhile trade to try. But like these should have different levels of risk because like this one has a very clear invalidation of what we're looking for. Whereas like this has a much wider stop where you're risking, 20 points for a potential long here. And then your long target is 20 points as well. So it's like a 1-to-1 here into these lows. Here, I'll put a visual on for you, right? So like if this is your risk from these lows and your target is here into these highs into 80, it's like just like a 1.3. It's like almost a 1-to-1, right? So your risk should be different than looking for a reversion back through to our lows, already known lows off of a trap trader into our highs. where the secondary target makes this trade worth, because we already know that if this low holds and we can't get back below, that we're most likely going to revert back up into VWAP as our rejection point, right? So then this area becomes a really nice secondary sell, especially if we're holding that 80 to 90 that we were talking about. And then all of a sudden this trade feels a lot better. It has room. But the primary here is like you have to be very careful because there could be a big seller sitting here. But that's okay, because like this gives you an opportunity to get a nice secondary again if you're playing off of the flip of our first target, right? If you're playing off of this 80 to 90, this gives you another trade that pushes up into this, like we talked about. And that's still a 2-to-1 risk to reward with the setup that you're looking for. So you could have two smaller trades with one contract looking for these rotations back up, and then looking for the larger short back up into our known highs, potentially. I don't know. But like these setups have different ratings. Like these are like B setups to me compared to just like the failure at our highs and the overall trend, which is more of an A. Hopefully that makes sense. But like that's something that like you will only understand with like greater context of how you trade and like what the overall market conditions are and what you're looking for. And there's nothing wrong with just trading B setups, you know, or like scalping, counter trend scalping. There's literally nothing wrong with it. But understand that that's what you're doing is like is super important. Some people like won't recognize that they're counter trend scalping. And so they're putting the same kind of risk on looking for expansion, and we haven't even broken the fucking downtrend. And it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, sure. But again, like a lot of what I'm talking about is like personal experience that you just need to figure out for yourself. We had this conversation last week, but like you have to know the rules of the game you're playing to like to win, you know, to be successful. And like if you haven't even determined your rule set, it's going to be very hard to play the game. Right? So like if you don't know how many like if with a prop firm, like you have a very clear rule set of what you need to be doing. And if you don't know how to interact inside that rule set because you don't have a great grasp of what the actual rules are, it's going to be very rough for you to actually succeed. Right? If you don't know like how much you can actually risk, how much profit you should be looking to take per trade, if you don't know of an understanding of how many losses you can take in a row, right, before you blow up your account, if you don't understand like what the trailing actually represents, how much a contract, like one mini compared to one micro is in of your actual drawdown, and like how many points that represents, like it's going to be very hard for you to be profitable because you're not actually playing the game, which is beating the prop firm's rule set, right? And like the prop firm's rule set has been designed meticulously to stop you out, to fuck you up, right? The prop firm's entire job in the eval is to make you blow up, to invalidate, because they have all of this knowledge. They have a huge data set that finds all the parameters of these are the best conditions to create you to lose your evaluation, right? This is what the trailing drawdown should be. This is the risk that we can give them. Oh, it says like, oh, it allows you to trade 6 minis. What does that actually look like with your drawdown that you're given on your prop firm? Does it make sense to be trading 6 minis? Or are they giving you 6 minis because they know that that's way too much leverage for the amount of risk, downside risk that they've given you, and they know you're going to immediately blow up because they're giving you more leverage than you have to actually trade, right? So understanding what kind of contract size you should be looking for and what kind of risk to reward you should be looking for on your trades to actually play within the rule set that the prop firm has given you is super important, right? You got to know the rules before you can play the game. $20 till new 15s. True, right? Like you might get lucky, Rory, right? But like the odds of you getting lucky are so much lower than learning the max. You know, maybe your max leverage is actually going to play out, and you can hit the DPS meter, and you can skip max, right?
You're expecting Fed
You
reverse
do so much
pre-operation data.
DPS. But like sometimes the DPS check is just too high on the boss, and then all of a sudden you get into phase two, and then all of a sudden you don't know max, and it's like, oh shit, well I just die. You like that? Where's Mario, by the way? I just looked at the time. He's off? I didn't know that. I mean, it's Monday. He's usually here at 12:30.
12 counterparties take $10.551 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. Every time I connect to Discord voice, it kills my sound output for everything. I get off the live call and sound comes back. Any idea what it might be? It sounds like... maybe check to see if your device for your overall sound is the same as what you have set as your Discord output. Right? So like for me, I have these two, right? So like they're set to the same. Make sure that your output is set to the same as whatever your overall speaker is on your computer. That's the only thing I can really think of. That's so weird. Because it sounds like something is taking prio. But it's weird that it cuts sound out for everything else. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's odd. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. As we push into 710, if you're playing off of 80 to 90 on NQ, this is your first target. If we can flip over this 10 to 20 then we have potentially one more leg up. But this is just our reversion trade that we talked about with the secondary. I would say that your secondary target would be into 740. Again, if you are playing off of 80 to 90, this is first target as we push into our reversion zone, which is just VWAP. This is where we took our short down, if you remember. This is why it's our target here. This is where POC shifted. We need to flip this and then hold it as supportive. If we can, then we should look for a push into our value high edge, which is into this like 36 to 45 area, which would be your next target if that flipped. Until then, right, like this is where you should ideally see that seller try to defend. Whatever comes first, Russell into VWAP or NQ into next target. Just keep an eye out.
Trump now currently speaking live, and remember the video is on the feed for you to watch. Trump says there was a major explosion in Venezuela dock area. So adding that, so again, Trump and Venezuela facility says there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load up drugs.
That we had nothing to do with.
Also, Trump says, I don't know about Russia saying Ukraine tried to attack Putin's residence. And Trump says had a good talk with Putin. He spoke with him at 8 a.m. Eastern. We have a very few thorny issues. Trump says we'll be talking about Turkey with Netanyahu. Trump says, I now hear Iran is building up again. Adding that we will knock Iran out if they are building up again. Trump adds that Iran should make a deal and they want to. Trump also says that Iran should make a deal, but sometimes that doesn't happen. Trump says, I would support fast attack on Iran if it continues nuclear buildup.
This is target 1 here, boys. Again, if we can flip this, then we'll look for 740.
Trump says, I spoke to Maduro recently. Adding nothing much comes of it.
Yeah, later, man. See you, Ben.
Trump says they don't like Ukrainian strike I heard about this morning. And Trump says Putin told me about Ukrainian strike. Trump adding, I was very angry about what I learned from Putin. And Trump says it's possible the Ukrainian attack did not take place.
How's the action today? It was good this morning. It's slowed down quite a bit. Not a lot going on. It's just failures at our 30-second opening ranges to look below, and now just rotations back up to VWAP tie. It's just one of those days. Russell just rejected VWAP, still holding it as resistance, and our 30-second opening range. NQ and ES just traded up to our 15-minute VWAPs. So we've done our full reversion target. Now it's just a matter to see if we're gonna come back up to our higher time frame highs, or if this was enough and then we can go down now. Very slow into the afternoon. Yeah. There was a decent trade off of the recovery of our 30-second opening range low at 60s on NQ for rotations up to 80. And then the 80 to 90 became supportive for rotations up to this 715 for our reversion trade into VWAP. And now we're watching to see if we get one more leg up to 740 for the push into supply up there. But I need to see a pretty clear bid here for that to happen.
That concludes the remarks from Trump and Netanyahu. So Trump did mention that they'll probably speak to press in about a couple of hours.
And again, like Russell has just rejected VWAP, and we've lost all momentum in the market. Trump just stopped speaking, and we've done our reversion targets, so we should get a decision, I would assume, now that Trump's done talking, now that we've reverted. Maybe we can get another leg directionally.
So we'll keep the video up on the feed
to see.
because if they are expected to speak again, we'll keep it there.
So follow through here now, like an actual decision can be made if we're gonna actually take out lows now, or if we're gonna just come back up to our highs and do this entire thing again. I don't know. Testing our 30-second opening range now as supportive. Same thing on ES. Watching for Russell to figure out if he wants to put in a higher or low. I wasn't planning on staying here the whole day, but Mario's still not here, so I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do.
I'm glad you had a good day, man. Got groceries coming around 220, 240, so we'll see how I feel around then, but that might be the end of the stream, depending. Yeah, doggo's out of dog food. Ordered some. Dude, I bought dog food yesterday from the like local grocery store that's next to me. It is so insanely expensive. It's insane. I mean, like, I got like a little like 1 pound bag of blue buffalo for like $30 there yesterday because I was out of dog food and I was desperate. And then I just ordered Costco and I got their brand, which is what she usually eats, and it was $38 for 40 pounds. Like you like what? Like I don't care how much money you have, like that is a scam. Yeah. I got to get like the old lady dog food from Costco. The mature dog. Actual food, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what food prices he thinks are going down, but I haven't seen it. It's hard because like once you raise prices, like these companies don't want to lower prices. You know what I mean? Like it's not in their benefit to lower shit. You're still willing to pay for it. They're gonna keep those prices raised. So even if like Trump does a decent job like moving prices down, like these companies still need to also follow through. If you look at like every single package, they've decreased size and raised prices on like basically every popular item. Every package has like a couple ounces less and costs more. Just feels terrible. Oh yeah, ground beef is so expensive. Beef in general. Yeah, it's rough. I don't know. I just ordered, what did I get at Costco? I got a bag of dog food, some frozen veggies, a 14-pound pork shoulder, and some red pepper flakes. And that was like $140 or something. 5 items. The pork shoulder is not terribly priced. I mean, it's a little expensive. 14 pounds for 35 bucks. So it's like $2.50 a pound. But it'll last. Put that in the slow cooker. I was gonna get a pot roast, but pot roasts are so expensive. Beef is insane right now. I think beef was like
So just heads up,
$5
the
a
video
pound
on
or
the
something
feed
for
is
pot
now
roast
showing
at Costco.
the
Let me
live
look.
meeting between Netanyahu and Trump as they're having, well, they're about to have their dinner. The video is on the feed.
Oh no, it was pot roast is $7.69 per pound. Holy. For a fucking chuck roast, $7.50 per pound. Insane. How much is coffee? I don't know. I don't drink coffee. Probably a lot. This is what I've been using lately. Let me see if I can find it. This is like the greatest deal. Tyre gonna be so mad. Maybe he won't. I don't know. This is such an insane deal though for the caffeine.
Trump says in 5 minutes of meeting with Netanyahu, we settled 3 issues. And it looks like they're done for now again. So I said, we'll leave the video on the feed when they do come back to it.
200 milligrams of caffeine per plus electrolytes. And it's no dyes. It's all natural dyes, like vegetable-based dyes. It's an insane deal. So I just take one of those in the morning. Yeah, 10 bucks, 40 of them. It's insane. 200 milligrams is the same as like what's in an energy drink. And again, there's no artificial dyes. It's pretty sweet. Where's the sponsored link? True. I mean, it's the same as, I don't know, it's caffeine, man. It's, yeah, it's counter, yeah, exactly. Perfect. I don't know, my heart rate right now is 50 beats per minute. God, it's not going crazy. Oh, yeah, man. I was more stressed in my sleep than I have been trading today. According to my watch. Yeah, I swim every day. Yeah. I've got a big old pool here. The only reason I moved into this place. Did I swim in high school? No. It was either sports or art. You had to pick one. They didn't really allow you time wise to do too much else. Sick Phelps. It's crazy. No one is built like Michael Phelps. That man was built to swim. He's got like twice the lung capacity as a normal human being, and like twice the arm length as a normal human being. There might be another trade here, boys. I'm looking at this re-offer under the new 15. Now that we've done our reversion target, I'm thinking that this might be another short here, potentially, if this new 15 opens and holds this. We'll have to watch. But it's a very similar offer as to what we did here. Off this look above, this could be now a failure, right? And this might be the same short here again. Just keeping an eye on the new 15. Yeah, like there's no way that Michael Phelps isn't like I don't know. That dude's a freak. Genetic freak.
20 seconds till new 15s. I don't like where we close POC wise. But there's still, this still potentially might be this worth taking. We really want to see this 700 to 710 hold offer. If it can continue to hold here, we're in a good spot. Should get a little bit of a bounce with Russell into our low. And then I'm hoping that we then get a clearer offer and then a look below, something like this. That should lead to NQ coming up into our 700s and then hopefully taking out this low for a continuation for a secondary. Just to be a bit patient here. I think it's fine playing for a look down further, but I'm very worried that Russell finds a bounce here that leads to a potential chop in a retest of these highs into our 700 first. So I don't want you to like load the boat preemptively. But sell side does look like it is the move. But I'm just really afraid it's going to be reactive here into our 680, 690. That's going to give you a better entry potentially.
Oh shit, let me check on my order. I might not get filled on this if we don't go back up to 700s, which is fine, but would be a little annoying. No, I'm looking for a potential short if we push back up into 700. I tried this long last time, Celtics. I bought 80-90. We played it up to 715. This is what we played on our last attempt. And then we played it up into 730. But I just am not sold that it's going to work again. So I'm watching to see if we get a flip here. I was hoping we were going to go up a bit higher. But I don't know if it's going to happen. I definitely see a long here, right, if we hold this 80 to 90, but there's just so much volume that's been transacted here into this high, and I want to see if we can hold it, right, like there's a very clear flip of our offer here, and I want to see if this volume that was traded here can hold on retest, but we're just kind of sideways instead. So no, nothing for me. Okay, I'll be right back. I've got to get like ready for this delivery to get here. But I'm just gonna put all my charts on auto, and we'll see if we get filled at 700, or if I miss this trade. It's fine if I do. It's just our 30-second opening range. I just want to see if like we can hold a lower high. We have a minute until new 15s. Just gonna keep an eye on this low. We just need to flip this for the full rotation. If these lows continue to hold, then it's going to be the same trade as before, where 80 to 90 holds as supportive, and then we'll rotate back up just to back into these highs. I don't know. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Jesus. All right, here's a size comparison between the two bags of dog food. Ugh. Like how this is a $10 difference in cost between these two bags. What? Do you have to do like Royal Canine or something, Kevin? Gotcha. When we had boxers, they had to be on Royal Canine because they were allergic to everything. It's so expensive. Oh god. I'm in small on this short. I got filled at 700. My stop's at 14. But I'm not looking to add until we look back below with any like real size here. Just have one contract on. Not exactly liking how slow we're pushing into this. This could easily turn into a long if this flips. The idea was that we were playing around this seller that was positioned here, but they've seemed to kind of just stepped out of the way. Which is not great. I think I'm going to get stopped here. One mini, so my risk is $280, Celtic. See, the problem is that if this flips, we probably head to 740, which is not great. So I want to make sure that where would our risk be though? See, like that was our only real place for sellers to try. It was here. See if we can get below 700s again here on new 15s, or if they hold this. If they hold this, we go to 740, almost positive. Just to come up into this, take out these highs off of a failure from our take out lows. Yeah, I mean, regardless, if you played the 80-90 long, this is your first risk off into 715. Next target would be 740. Oh, that makes sense.
NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at around $4.68. Gasoline January futures at around $1.71. WTI crude February futures at $58.08 a barrel, which is up $1.34 or 2.36%. And diesel January futures settling at around $2.12.
The problem is I don't know where we would put our stop. Like our stop has to be 700s. It's just the reversal of our trade. I don't know what else we would do here. Yeah, I took the hit there. Okay. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I was AFK. I'll look to see if this can flip to just make up for the stop out. This needs to get out of the way. Just looking to play the reverse of this. So same as our risk, our 14 to 700. I'm just watching to see if we can play this back up to 40 here off of the flip. Because again, like if this seller isn't going to hold us, I mean, there's not really much for us to do other than go back up to VWAP, which is at 35 or 37 on the 15. It's just up into these highs. Right, like if we're not going to hold a lower high, then we're just going to revert back up. Like that's our only option if the seller won't step down. Yes, very similar setup where we're just watching to see if we can hold our edge here now. Rotations up. Again, I'm just playing the inversion of our short. If this seller doesn't want to be here, then we're just looking for a push in to take out highs into 40 ideally. Let's see what they can do. I don't know, it's so slow. This pork shoulder is gigantic. Hope it fits in my slow cooker. It is a menace. Yeah, what's up, man? Seller sitting at the 720, getting absorbed so far. It depends on how they're calculating it. So, it might be taking. So the time frame is it's kind of like the way that I think that it's happening is that it has less granular information to be playing around because it's taking the high and the low. It has, how do I put this? Like if you put a fixed range volume profile on an hourly candle, and then you put that same hourly candle fixed range volume profile on a the same period, but with 15-minute candles, it's going to look different structurally. And if you put that on a 1-minute candle, but in the same time frame as that hour, it's going to look differently because the information is more granular, right? So I'm thinking that that is probably the same thing for your VWAP. That would be my guess. Yeah. If you load more candles, does it change? Like if you scrolled to the left and then you came back, would it look different? Because you have to remember again, you're loading, you have more information, more volume data to work off of, depending. But I think it's just a granularity thing, personally. That would be my guess, especially if it's anchored. We can run that experiment in a second after my first PT hits here. Like my VWAP on my footprint chart is up at 36 on the 15-minute, but it's also looking at both periods, Globex as well as RTY or RTH. Whereas like my NQ 15-second VWAP is sitting at 7/10s, and that's only looking at RTH. I just got filled at 36 on my first contract, so now we're break even on this trade from our stop out here. I have one contract left. Yeah, I mean, it sucks that that 700 short didn't work, but as long as we play the inversion, it doesn't matter. Make up for it. Right? Because like again, it's all based off of like it's an if then, right? Like we're looking for the seller to step down, but if they don't, then we know where we're headed, which is just back up to our highs. It's the same thing. Like if we can't put in a lower high on our seller and our sellers fail, then we're just going to rotate our already established range. Right, like we really wanted to see this lower high get put in and then this offer hold and these guys maintain offsides. But we continue to see them absorb down here at our pivot for this 80 to 90. I really wanted to play this. It didn't work. But as soon as we pop through it, then it's just a rotation where we take out highs and then we go to our secondary target. And again, it's fine. It's only fine. It's only not fine if you don't stop out, right? If you don't acknowledge your stops and you don't acknowledge that the trade's invalidated. That's when it's not fine. But if it isn't, right, like we take our 14-point stop and then we make up for it. That's okay. Then we make up for the bad trade. Losses are a part of it. It is what it is. Right? Like it'll be okay. Be okay. Yes, exactly. Right, like in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't matter. Right, like this is what that trade, us stopping out there, looked like. That's what that looked like right there. Right? We just made up for that stop on our first contract. We're back. Who cares? It'll be okay. It's a 280 plus $5 in fees. Right? Now we've made up for it. Now we have one contract as our runner because our trade invalidated. So I doubled up. It is what it is. Anyone have a good pork shoulder recipe for a slow cooker that you guys like? You have a go-to? I'm interested in trying something new. I mean, I'm making pulled pork. That goes without saying, but I just don't know if I'd love to try like a new marinade. See if I can find anything that looks good. You've never had a pulled pork sandwich? Hello? That's crazy. But you've had like carnitas, right? Same thing. Just in a different different sandwich device. Like carnitas are just the same thing, you know? Like it's just another medium to get the pulled pork to your mouth. I'm moving stops up on this. This thing's going crazy. Into our 760 here. Like I'm debating if I just take profit. This is a bit more than I was expecting. I think I'm gonna see if we can head up to 770, 780. That might be a little greedy of me. I'd like to go into our reversion zone here. This might be greedy of me. This can easily retrace to 740 for a bounce, and it would be completely still valid. See what we can do.
Brent crude futures settle at $61.94 a barrel, up $1.30 or 2.14%.
We've got like 3 sellers here. We've got this guy at 70 to 75, 70 to 80 really, which is my first target. Then we have this guy at 95, and then we have a guy at 810. I'm debating if I close into this guy or if we go for the full target here. I kind of want to close into this guy. Nice. If we can flip 780, we're in a good spot, but this should be where the offer sits pretty heavy. As ES comes up into 62. Yeah, I wish I had a runner, but I don't. So my first one was to take us to cover our stop out. So I'm flat here. But that was a $1,000 trade on the second contract, which is great. If we can flip this 70 to 80 area, I think we have room. But I'm a bit concerned as we push into this LVN here. We'll see, man. If they can get us through, awesome. Then we can target here into you know, this top edge to 810, 800. But I'm a bit worried that our offer sits here and then rotates us back down. Again, I'm personally flat now. If you have the ability to hold a runner, I don't see a reason why you don't do it. Nothing's really invalidated. If we can get over 780, should be able to head up to that 795 and then that 810 area. But just keep an eye on this. Be respectful of our reversion zone. So again, we just took our stop out and used that as our risk for the opposite trade, and then played that up to cover our original stop, and then just played that up into secondary targets here. So we turned our stop into our long. Off the invalidation of that lower high. So again, like in the grand scheme of things, this is what that looked like. Right? Like I want to really highlight this because I think it's important that you understand that like getting stopped isn't a big deal, right? Like we took a $285 stop and then went up the other side and then covered it and made $1,200, right? Like this is what that stops looks like in the grand scheme of things. Like it doesn't matter as long as you're following your idea and you have clear invalidations. It's like, okay, let's just play the opposite side then. Our sell side invalidated. We're gonna rotate up. Okay, it'll be okay. The only time losses matter is when you're over leveraging, right? When you don't have the ability, you don't have the room to try. You're not giving yourself the room because you're over leveraging in your trades. And so you're not giving yourself the ability to have opportunities. There's always going to be an opportunity cost, but if you don't even have, you know, you've got the emotional drain, but you also have the monetary drain, and you have to worry about both of them. Like, how many trades can I take before I feel like I don't know what I'm doing? You know, like how many times can I be wrong? How many times can I scratch out on a trade before I know there's going to be an emotional drain and I'm going to start making bad decisions? Some days it's just it's not your day, you know. Some days it's rough, and you have to have a limit so that you stop taking trades and you can survive for the next day when you can see the market a bit more clearly. But there's also the monetary risk, right? You have to be able to have multiple losses in a row, be able to take a stop out, and not let it affect you, because you know it's a part of the process and you'll be able to make up for it because you're following a proper risk to reward model, right? That allows for you to have negative trades that make up, and then you can make up for it, right? Like, it's, if you're over leveraging, like you have so many less bullets to play with, and it's going to affect your mental. There's like so much selling happening up here. It's insane. Just into that LVN to our reversion zone. I think as long as 40s are maintaining, if you have a runner in from lower, you're okay, right? We'll just be watching for a flag to form here at our value high edge. And if this can hold, then we'll just look for a continuation. Just watch your value. Right now you have a reversion signal that's printed off of our reversion zone that is telling you that we potentially have a trade down to PVZ here. Right? From our reversion zone. This is target based off of that signal. Well, we'll see what happens. This just makes sense. So, this is just that LVN where I was talking about at 70 to 80. This is a very clear seller sitting here. But like, if we can get over it and if we can hold 70s as supportive, we should be able to rotate up into this POC shift. So I'm looking to see if we can build here and try at this value edge, right? If we can flag here, we're in an okay spot for this to play out, and then we'll look for this rotation up into these highs. That's kind of the view right now. And if this fails, then I'll be looking for this as our reoffer point, where this will then hold our value edge, probably from a bounce from VWAP. So the sell would look something like this. Bounce here, retest our value edge, and then rotation through off of a failure here. That would be my guess. Something like this. I'm gonna let this build a bit before we have a defined level, but we're just watching our value edge here. We push back into it. Again, I closed flat into this LVN as well as our reversion zone at 70. That was target, and now I'm just waiting. As long as our value edge is holding and we're finding a bid, I think it's fine to have a runner if you're in for much lower. But I'm just going to watch for this pullback and then look to see if we can get a continuation, seeing as we're basically coming back down to my average. They might be baiting me here at this 50. Let's see what they do. This might be a decent long if this 50 low holds. If we can get back over 60s. The seller might be a bit offsides, but I really would like that one last leg down into 40 to 30. But they're absorbing pretty nicely here into our value low of our previous candle. Just watching this on footprint right now. And this guy's bit cooked. We have this clear buyer down here into 40 that I'd be willing to play around. That's what I was looking for, that flag to happen. Right, like if we're going to get this, we'll watch to see. We get that bid into that, and then we can step back over these idiots. But if this guy is offsides and then we see a bid step in up here, it might be worth to just play the upside. Yeah. Just waiting it out. You know something that I learned this weekend, Rory, that's kind of crazy? Is I was taking an Uber and I pulled up the pricing, and I had a friend who was also with me, and they pulled up the same pricing, like that average, the address, and we had completely different pricing. My pricing was like $15 more than his. So they're tailoring your pricing based off of what they think that you'll pay. Yeah, that's the future, where it's just like, how much can we gouge from you on a personal level? You know, like walk into a grocery store and you're gonna have a different price per item that you see compared to someone else. Disgusting. I wonder if they do. I'm sure they do it with Uber Eats as well, but I haven't checked. I'll try to see if I can get that one as well. Like, is there a different service fee, and are prices on menus different depending on like what you've paid in the past? I don't know. Yeah, I've noticed at this point that like Uber One, literally, I mean the fees are insane. It's like $10 in fees now. Like what are we? And then like if you look at like what someone is paying without Uber One, you're actually just paying the same amount. Like you're not saving any money. Like someone who doesn't have Uber One and someone who does, the savings are fake. Because they'll like raise the prices on the menu itself to cover it, to make up any differences, or they'll, I don't know, there's so many slimy things that they do. There's 40 seconds until new 15s. We're holding previous POC to value so far, but I'm not confident in this low. I wish I was on NQ. I'd love to be confident enough to buy here, but I just am not willing to have like 30 points of risk, which is kind of what you need here. See if the new 15 offers anything to give us a bit more confidence. Because again, like we're holding where we ideally want to on this candle, but this seller up here is just a little rough. Because like even if we find a bid, like this offer here could easily come in and then rotate us back down, like so. Right? So it's one of those things where we have to be aware that like even if this bid holds here, we now have this offer above that we need to very clearly get back over for this to have validity, or it'll just be a re-offer of 70s and then rotate down for a VWAP trade. So like, yes, the bid is holding where we want, but there isn't enough of a seller off sides, and we haven't seen a buyer step up enough for me to care about this low on the shorter time frame, without me still expecting just like a reversion. Again, like this low holding here is great, but I want to see us flip this 70 just to confirm it. Like we're holding exactly where we want ideally on the open of this new 15, which is here, right? But now let's see if they offer this 70. Again, like this guy is offsides, right? So we have to watch for a seller here, and we want to see them flip it for us to go higher. What we have going for us is Russell just looked over VWAP. Good first sign. Let's see what they do on the retest here. Do they give us this? That would be nice. Do we get the higher low? Or does this trap and then offer below? I'm hoping we get this bid now at this 50 to 60. That's what we really want to see. It's a higher low. So right now, this is what I'm basically looking for in the shorter time frame is, can Russell now hold VWAP up as supportive? Can we hold this high here with our invalidation below this low? And does that lead to a flip of this 70 to 80 that we are looking at above us? If RTY can hold VWAP and we can see this higher low with our 47s holding to 60, that'd be ideal. If not, this is going to be a pretty sad trap. But I'd like to see, like these wick lows hold and us be able to breach these highs for that continuation. We'll see. It's up to buyers here. They got to get us over, or this is it, right? Because if we can't do it here, then I just think that it's another failure, right? It'll be very similar to this move. It's literally the same, right? Where we put in a high, we then put in a lower high, and then we flipped it and then rotated through our range. You guys see that? Where there was an attempt to shift value, then we put in a lower high where these guys were still trapped, and then we flipped back below value high, and then we rotated through it structurally. So we're looking at the same thing here where we need to see the bid really kind of try to hold this if we're gonna do anything exciting on this attempt. And we're just looking to see if we can flip with a secondary here. If we can hold the 70 to 80. But like if this doesn't work, then it's a very similar setup where we put in a higher low. Sorry, we put in a new high out of our range, and then we put in a lower high. And then when we fail to push through, that'll lead to a full range trace, right? Which would be frustrating. But we should be expecting it if we can't hold up here. Yeah, I don't know. Just gotta wait it out. Sadly, so slow. Russell just rejected. ES is into our offer. And Q's kind of our last hope here. Oh, there was no class here this week anyways, because it was a short week. Okay, good, because I have plans. Yeah, we're going back to that omakase place. Later, Zeno. Is that Mexican spot? Brother. Dude, that is a Japanese word. Yeah, yeah, omakase. That the place where like the chef makes you whatever she's feeling. Yeah, yeah, that place. Dude, I just realized we had a check this place out. It's going out of business, which feels fucking terrible. I haven't eaten there yet. I just found out about it this weekend. Good seafood? I don't know. I'm not a big seafood guy. Only seafood I like is sushi. If you can consider that. There's like there's good French food, so I guess there's good seafood. But again, like it's not for me. But I just learned about this place, and it's only been in business for like 3 months, and they just said that they're closing their doors. I think it's just like out of people's budget in Cleveland, which kind of feels bad. Maybe I should go there tonight. It closes this week. It's been in business for 6 months. Like, what? Feels bad, man. Like, I don't even think people know about it. Our investors have decided to end their financial support. Unlucky. From their Instagram. That's crazy that their investors gave them 6 months. I don't know. That blows my mind. It's like $100 per person. So like I get it. But also like I don't know how like that's like a word of mouth place, you know? Right. Do you like their hours are so specific? I think it's reservation only. And they have like a set amount of tables. And it's just $100 per person. It's one of those places. I don't know. Like if you look at like what the restaurant looks like, it looks like it's in someone's house. Like I have no clue what's going on there. This might be a reoffer of our VWAP as resistance off of a failed look above, and then a rotation down kind of play with our NQ idea as well, with these guys with the lower high being put in. So we'll keep an eye on this area still to see if this bid is going to be here for this rotation up, and if we can get over the 70 for the continuation trade. But keep in mind that if we don't have Russell support and ES is into our pivot as well, that it's not looking great. This looks very similar to what happened again over here where we trapped. Equal lows so far. Low hasn't been taken. But like if they flip this, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like it'll go down to 40s and then we'll reoffer and then we'll rotate through trapping. I still haven't been stopped on this long. We haven't taken lows, but I'm not happy with the trade. These guys are doing exactly what we thought they would. I might just take the break even here if we don't see a very strong bid off of our low. Yeah, just taking a break even. I'll wait. I will wait for something that has a bit more speed. Watching Russell VWAP retest. Hopefully that gives us an idea of what we want to do. Maybe. Or just nothing, you know, we'll see. Again, I'm flat here. I'm break even. I took a break even, sorry. Just waiting now. I'm a bit worried about Russell into VWAP as a sell side signal. That's why I caught, even though we didn't get stopped. I stopped out break even Celtics. I wasn't happy with it. I was looking for a long, but we're just not moving fast enough for me to be confident in either direction. Nothing's invalidated our low, but I personally just took a flat stop. I'm not entirely happy with this area. It's too slow for me to be confident. Yeah, later, man. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Wait, this is a crazy tweet. I wonder how true this is. I'll have to look into it. Ubisoft might be donezo. I doubt it's 900 gigs though. That doesn't make any sense, especially like not compressed yet or final play. But if there's like a huge database leak, Ubisoft might be cooked. I'm looking for one more leg down, ideally, on NQ before we look for a short into. Just want to see what happens as we push down into 33.40. And then we'll look for a reoffer of this same ledge. I just want to see a bit of speed first before we try a last trade on the day. I don't think there's anything wrong trying to play off of this 50 on retest here, but it's just like, I don't know. I think entry was the Russell VWAP as soon as we saw that and the look above. And now I've got to wait to see if we get like a dramatic leg that we can then play off of a sweeper and then look for the offer to then lower based off of a sell side sweep that steps in and then play this down. I'd be more comfortable than like this slow push into our value area. Again, like I could see this holding and then this just going down and then coming back up to retest. So you could potentially scalp this, but it's too slow for me, right? Like it doesn't meet my criteria, so I'm not taking it. I see the structure, I see where we would want to go, but no speed equals no trade, even if I see it. So this is where we were expecting a bounce to be. Again, just into this PVZ value here, into this 30 to 40. Watching our reoffer to give us a potential entry. Let's see what they do. This is our new 15. Watch RTY into POC here. Again, just bounced off of our PVZ lows, off of our reversions from our reversion zones. Now watching to see if we can get a continuation here, or if we'll flip off of a bounce. Watching this reoffer here into our 35.70. Again, we're watching our star offer now that we've gotten this. Let me turn off drawings real quick so you can see this. Again, this is just our reversion zone on ES, reversion signal, and then rotation down to first target, which is our value high. Now we're watching to see if we can continue now that we've gotten here on both ES and NQ. If we're going to now get our offer at our daily value. So we're keeping an eye on this area here at our value high on the daily profile to basically our 60, and watching to see if sell side can sit here and absorb. And then this will lead to a rotation down through our range back down to POC. That's what we're watching for. I think it's perfectly fine to look for this offer like so. If this short is going to play, just take the highs there, and then we watch our POC on retest. 60. And we'll watch to see if they offer steps in here.
One minute to go now to view the market on closed imbalance data.
Expect volatility into 1 minute on MOC. We're watching to see if this pivot can maintain into MOC or that rotation down.
10 seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 414 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 331 million. Dow 30 sell side 369 million. Mag 7 buy side 113 million.
See if we can continue to absorb here and then rotate back through, or if bid steps over 60 and then we flip.
Just
to
heads
close.
up, Trump currently speaking now on the Netanyahu meeting, saying we came to a clot of conclusions.
A clot.
It's again Netanyahu. Trump's saying on the Netanyahu meeting that we came to a lot of conclusions. There's no live video of this. We're still trying to find a video, but he is speaking to reporters at Mar-a-Lago with Netanyahu.
I was hoping for a bit of a larger reaction here.
So we do have a live video of Trump with Netanyahu. We'll pop it on the feed for you to watch.
We need to flip this 30-40 for more. We held where we needed to for the sell, but that's not really meaningful. The trade is just like break even. We wanted to see these guys get trapped in here like they just did, and then we want to see follow through for the rotation through our range into close if it's going to do it. Right now it's just like a 10-point profitable trade after being 10 points offsides, so it's like I guess like 6 points, but still it's not
Trump on
incredible.
Netanyahu meeting says we have peace in the Middle East. So Trump saying, I think we will be successful with keeping peace in the Middle East. So the EIA says they're going to release the weekly oil storage report at 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
I don't know, man. They gotta do this like now, or this is just gonna be like a 10-point trade and it's gonna feel bad.
So we have put out the video on the feed for you to watch.
Okay, 20 points. Still mid. Still not great. It's got to get below this 30, bro. If we do, then we get like we just go to 710, 700. But like if this holds, then like this is pretty bullish, not bearish.
Trump says if Hamas doesn't disarm, they'll be held to pay. So as it says, Hamas will be given a very short period of time to disarm. If they don't disarm, they'll be held to pay.
Brother. Okay, well, I'm gonna take off 1 just to make the trade risk free, and then I keep my stop at 60. But I really want to see this full rotation through. But if it continues to bid here, then it's probably gonna be a flip at 60. We'll see. This is ES into our 30-second opening range high. We've done the full rotation without NQ. Kind of annoying. We're literally looking for the exact same trade that happened last time off of a failure. Right, this is what we just talked about. It's the same thing, but we're looking for that secondary leg here. Like I can drag this over and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. We're looking for this secondary leg for this rotation through. Right now, we've done the primary where we acknowledged that this guy is trapped. We acknowledged that this guy's trapped. We looked for this offer here. It's the same place it offered last time, right? That's why we had this plan set up. We've taken profit into our first target here, which are these lows. We're watching to see if this can flip so we can get the range rotation back down, which is where this bid happened on the last attempt when we failed
Trump
through
says
here.
I hope
Right?
Iran
But
is
we've
not
taken off our
building a
risk
work
just in
weapon.
case we can't get through this 30. Just to give you the idea of like why and where.
Trump says there would be no choice but to eradicate Iran buildup if it's happening.
Brother. Can't believe we're back on the Iran timeline. Oh, get me out of here. Okay, well that's closed, so fuck. Got a minute left. Did they do it in the last minute? Like what do we this 30 bid is still here. I'm gonna be so sad when this move happens over right after close. I mean, this trade is still profitable. It's just annoying. It's classic Monday. yeah, I don't know. It's VWAP, so it makes sense, but like, I'm not happy about it. Come on. I mean, if this 30 VWAP holds, like, it's a flag for higher. But if we can flip it and it offers, then we do full range rotation before like 5 would be my guess. That's why it's like kind of worth just kind of hold a runner. I don't know. 30's holding, pretty lame. We tried. It was a good short though off of our 50 to 60. We just didn't get the follow through that we wanted for continuation. So still good solid 20 points, but was hoping for a bit more. Yeah, a little disappointing. All right, I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully Mario will be back by then as well. There's no class today.
Trump says Iran may be rebuilding its nuclear program in sites
decent
other than
Monday.
those the US had bombed.
Little boring in the afternoon. I still think that trading afternoons is a waste of your life, but you know, I was here. Yeah, not bad. It should be fine this week, honestly. We just have to determine the day type, right? As long as we have a good, we can determine the day type, then we can trade it for the most part. And, you know, might not get like 1,000 trades on a day, which is fine, but you know, like there's a huge part of today where I just held for hours. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not worried about it. As long as we don't have half days, we're okay. But yeah. All right. Goodbye, friends. I'm gonna try to hold my stop at 60 on my runner, just in case we can get that last leg down into 5. But if we don't, then I'm flat. Yeah. I think that we flip over 60 and then this goes crazy bid if this pivot can't hold. Like if this 30 continues to bid and then we flip 60s, this just seems like it's gonna flag and go crazy. But if we can maintain this 50 to 60 offer like we just did into our supply that's very clearly there from MOC, that's a great sign that sellers want this down instead of up, right? With that wicking into it immediately and then taking that liquidity and pulling away. So again, looking for that last leg for this rotation through backdoor opening range, but totally understandable if we don't get it. We got our 20 points. I'd like, you know, another 40 ideally, but it is what it is if we don't. All right, peace. I will talk to you all tomorrow morning. Later.